Aiden. Please. We'll call it. Mate. Why so fast? Why so fast with the dark mode? We need to enjoy the light mode that we created. Otherwise, well, created it for nothing. I don't know. Yes, but no. I don't know about that. I mean, I get it, but still, I don't get it. Yeah, that can make sense. It can make sense. Because more, like a more brighter environment, yes. RX Code, hi, welcome on in. It's July 1st, so it's the new overlay. Indeed. How are you today? How was your day? How was your week? It's been a while since I've seen you in chat. I have the laundry machine running in the background, so at some point we'll have like a bit of a taking out the laundry break, which will be a great opportunity to see the BRB scene. Yesterday, Aiden, you said maybe I'm moving tomorrow, or am I like mistaken? That's a nice hype. At least I didn't forgot the stickers. Thanks a lot for the 50 bits. Appreciate it. Oh, you said on the 4th. On the 4th, which is Monday. Been busy with work. That's good. In a way. Like, it's a good thing. Have something to do. I mean, keeping yourself busy. And Aiden, I do understand being stuck in boxes is not the best stuff, I'd say. I don't know exactly how I can explain that, but yeah. So, I think I spammed all the Discord, and in our Discord we don't have the announcement yet. I think we're too fast again. Once again, faster than the bot. So yeah, welcome to the new overlay. It's July 1st. So this is tiny changes. As always, we keep some very, very similar layouts, right? And tiny animations. So we have a bit of Aiden, I'm sorry for the flashbang. I will go back to light mode for a second. Don't redeem dark mode. I will go back to dark mode right after. So we have this transition that is the newest transition for light to dark, which is way smoother than the previous one that used to be extremely brutal. So I do like that idea of transitioning right here. So that's a pretty simple thing that we added. And then we have some teeny tiny things on both sides right there that moves independently. I was thinking about animating this one as well, but I don't think it's a good idea. So for now, not yet animation on the Hello Fruities. Hi, welcome on in. And then, as you can probably see, this camera shape is absolutely different than what we have the habit of seeing on the stream. Usually we have a very rectangular shape, or a very rectangular shape like portrait mode or landscape mode. So we have a bit of a change on that. the usual thing here, so it's very similar. We kept the follow account, but we changed it in terms of color and shape. And also, it's not out of 69 anymore. I kept it simpler. I think it's a good idea-ish. I don't know. We'll see. So that's the base-ish thing. In that thing, I moved these thingy from here to here. I don't know why. I think it's okay. Maybe it will go back to the other side at some point, just because that way we have like a diagonal with elements rather than two things in one space. I have no clue for that. We'll see. But CK, hi, welcome on in. Welcome to the new overlay. I thought about you 2 days ago because of the thing that I ate, and I said, oh, that's very Italian of me. I did linguine with pancetta, zucchini, pecorino, and mozzarella di bufala. So I was like Italian food all day, which was pretty nice. It was very nice. It was very nice. And yes, very Italian. Like they are. I could have went for like spaghetti, which is Italian, but still linguine sounds more Italian. I mean, pancetta on its own is a winning combo, and then pecorino is it had a bit of salt and texture, and then the bufala on top. So nice. So yeah, so we have this, right? And so the newest thing. So sadly, I disabled current song. It's still working, like it's still doing something in the background. It doesn't enable anything because it doesn't exist anymore. So that's a bit sad. I'll see if I can enable it here, specifically on this scene. But have a good nap, Alex Code. But now we have this, which we talked about that type of layout before. So on dark mode, it's less visible than anything else, right? Light mode, we can better see the shapes that we have, but still. So this new theme take the new trendy shape specifically for the camera with the arced or arched. Zahibi, hi, welcome on in. Like camera thingy, and then I have a question for mobile user because I can kind of read. Nishit, hi, welcome on in. I can kind of read the daily follow, but I don't know if it's readable enough on mobile. But yeah, Madlu, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I mean, the three of you, Zabi, Nishit, Madlu, how was your day? How was your day going? How was your week? It's Friday. So we have this. We have teeny tiny details that will be noticed by some. Specifically, the follower tail. So when you look at it, it is like right there, right? It's pointing. Sorry, the other side. It's pointing to this side, which I guess it's the left side. It's my right, but right. Weirdest thing, if we move to the PC, it moves to the other side, right? So I wanted to have animation on these things. So I need to go to light mode to showcase that. If you look at the music player, I think it's too small. You can't fucking read the title of the music, but that's a detail. Same thing, we have the radius on the outer corner that is greater than the inner one, and we have the same thing on the capture. So the radius that is closer to the camera is smaller to match with the group of radiuses that we have here, and same thing on the other side. If we move, it swap radiuses. So that's was a bit annoying, but it's pretty clean. And on dark mode you can't really see some details here. And then the last one, we have the BRB screen that I will showcase when I go to pee, which is soon. And then I was about to say the raid one, but the raid will be for later as well. If we get a raid, I don't think we will, but we'll see. And we have the ending screen, which has this tiny animation that I kind of like. It's subtle, but yeah. And then the statement only applies on Mondays and Thursdays. That's a good thing. I like it. But yeah, I like the animation. I don't think it's groundbreaking, but at least it's something. So that's overall the newest overlay thingy. And I kind of wanted to talk about the thought process behind how it came to be and how different it is from what I really designed in Figma. So before I say anything about or show you anything about what I did in Figma, I am at the point where I am faster at doing things directly inside of OBS rather than going from Figma to OBS. So similarly to someone, I believe Seikei might have or may have something similar with Webflow, for example, when it's way faster for them to just create something directly in Webflow rather than creating like a layout in Figma and then move it to Webflow. Like they are so used to work inside of the tool that it's just faster. And so now for me, working directly inside of OBS is exactly that. So that's weird. So that's the first thing that is weird. But what happened, and I talked about it before, yes, Guru, yes. I decided to go with the previous, so the June overlay, and then duplicated the entirety of the scene collection. And then I tried to edit it, and it was so painful to just edit things that I decided to scrap everything, start from scratch, and I did everything on Wednesday. So this Wednesday, most of the things were done, and then some of the placement and tiny adjustments were made on yesterday after the raid of Julie. After we raided Julie. And yeah, so this is the Figma file that was initially planned for July, and you will see it's a very, very, very different thing. So as a starter, some of the design that was chosen for me was an edge-to-edge flat design, meaning that the camera would have been taking the entirety of the edge, and so we wouldn't have that tiny gap right here. So that was the basic plan right here, and same thing for the capture. And then when I did that in OBS, it just like felt weird, and the amount of tiny misalignments that came with all of that was so much that in the end I was like, it's not good enough. And so everything that I designed, like this was supposed to be the starting soon screen and ending in BRB screens. turned out to not be that good. Not be that good. So I decided to move away from that, and I just changed the thumbnail and said this archway type of thing is basically what I want to have in terms of design for the camera. And so if you've seen how I create my templates, I use the thumbnail to showcase the camera shape that we have. So the May theme had like a very pale shape camera, the June one was very rectangular, and then the July one is the arch-shaped one. So that's like something that I just need that now. So I just need to create a thumbnail that define the camera shape. However, the camera shape that we have here, right, these ones are very different than this one. So maybe there is an in-between that needs to happen. And if you look at the thumbnail of the June one, we have a bit of a hint of the wafers that happens and that are floating around in the starting screen. So we may do the same thing here, but right, we have that done already. And then we have, or we should have, the fuck. Yes. So they have like a bit of black background, and technically is also weird ass shape in the underline thingy. So that's a bit of a change. And so the thing that I showcased yesterday about potentially doing some types of weird ass transition with my logo was a bit of a smoke screen to give you hints on something that would not be happening here. So we'll see if that happens on the next one, maybe. August overlay could use this. This is a pretty good idea. And in terms of metrics, I think this is also a pretty good idea overall. It's a simple versions of how to play with metrics. And we'll see if that can happen. And then the last one that I want to showcase is these things, which are the tiny floaty things that I added around here. So basically, this one is a bit of a slow grower, and the other one, the house homepage thingy, is static for a long ass time, and then we have like an 8 or 15 second delay before it starts again. So that makes sure that from time to time we have both that ends at the same time, and then it's still like very not connected because before on the floating one that we had on the peel versions, some of them were just moving at the same time, and that wasn't exactly what I liked. So all of these, right, we used the icons that we have on Chrome Unity, and I just decided to go with a very simple thing: 4 items, 4 different items, 4 different icons, and then 4 different colors and 2 different sides, in order to be able to place them here and there, just in case. So that's the tiny thing. I'm thinking about placing the help one somewhere. I don't know where yet, but we'll see. There is just one thing that I don't like about this overlay right now, and it's the amount of radius that we have on the capture, which kind of matches the dock, but still. Fully rounded dock may not be exactly what I wanted to have, but I don't know if I have an option to not make it fully rounded. And the social call out that happens right at the bottom here are a bit skewed, and the radius that happens on the butt of them is not that good. So we'll probably need to work on that a little. And yeah, I had like some ideas as well for weird OBS transitions, which I I don't exactly know if it's still a prototype ready thing, but yeah. So this is, I wanted to see if I could make a dot follow a curve automatically in Figma, first of all, and so once I have this set up, I can recreate the same keyframes inside of OBS. But this is pretty interesting. It's very simple. Do you have any idea on how that's created? Because it's a bit weird. It's not something that we see often, following a curve like this. Specifically as well, because the frames are, there are not so many frames. And if it was just, there is one frame here, one frame here, one frame here, 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 and here. So there is 6 frames overall. If it was just straight points, there will be some misalignment. So that's it was an interesting thing to do. And technically speaking, it's just a dual frame inside of it that rotates itself accordingly and then just translate. So that's an interesting way of thinking. Was, at least. And I like how I named my layers inside, but I didn't fucking name the frames. Didn't bother to name the frames. So yeah, so we have all that. I'm still waiting for the raid alert. I think the raid alert is pretty cool, but of course I'm biased. And let's export that one again. And what else? What else happens? Oh yeah, the alerts that we created from here, all these ones, now that the dock is fully rounded, they fit perfectly inside of the dock. So that's a good-ish thing. The only thing that we need to figure out is how to get the user profile picture from Stream Elements, which for now we don't have an option to do that. However, I was on Podpod stream right before, and she showcased something that is interesting. She has a shout-out overlay that exists, and I don't know. Because she has the ability to get the profile picture of the user. Oli, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? A poorly dog? What happened again? You okay? You did miss the the Grand Tour, indeed. You missed that. That's the, let's say that's the base in terms of shapes. That's the base in terms of transition from light to dark. Don't talk about dark issue then. I'm fine with that. So the smooth transition from light to dark is better than before, so it's less of a flashbang and more of a transition, as expected. So that's nice. And then we have tiny things. I have a crown now that's rotating above my head. Different follow counter, still the same base, right? But different follow counter, and a very specific BRB, which I think I got it in like 4 minutes ish. Alerts not for bits, but alerts for alerts, yes. So, as in
Polished cheered X1 alerts.
Alerts, yes. For example, Study With Me PhD. Ashley, hi, welcome on in.
Study With Me PhD is now following.
Right, these ones that we created together, now because the dock is fully rounded, they match entirely. So that's a good thing. And then as
Lemon
well
Salt Studio
as
is now
before,
following.
Swapping with light mode, dark mode, all that. Interesting. So what do you mean? How are you, Ashley? How was your day? We can go to light mode while Aiden is on switching duties. But yes, so we have this happening. I like it, but I'm still unsure about that. One of the things that I love about this specific camera shape, Ashley's fine. How is Farah then? Is this. This is almost perfectly aligned. As in the radius thingy that I talked about yesterday. It's like almost perfect. So I kind of like it. You think it's a bit big? I don't know. I don't know if I mean, do you think this one is a bit big, or do you think this one is a bit big? Because this one is pretty big compared to the other one. I agree. I resized it a bit earlier.
Jeffrey 963 is now following.
Jeffrey, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. All good. Yeah, I kind of agree. But I think this was the size before, kinda. It's a bit better. Jeffrey, how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I want to know. Welcome on in. I hope your day was good. I hope your week was good. Thank you for the welcoming. Appreciate that. So yeah, so we can resize them, and then on the on here now they are basically the same size. But I tried my best to get the radius right there to match, as I said yesterday, right? Wait, for Ashley, Francesca, why did you say I knew it? I want to know. I want to know why you say I knew it. I don't know what you knew. I don't know. So yeah, these things are interesting so far. I don't know if it's the PC that is just blowing smokes or if it's the Mac. The Mac? It's the Mac, so it's fine. Oh yeah, no. I mean, you says Ashley's fine, so that implies other things right? Right. We still have this. It's a bit smaller. It looks like I'm tiny. And because I drink too much today again, I need to go pee, which will make you enjoy the new and redesigned BRB screen. So give me like 2 minutes. And yeah, so we're back. That's the tiny surprise of this BRB scene. I'm still thinking about animating some of the floating around thingy like I did on the starting soon scene. The only thing that I don't really like about this one is when we are in light mode, it's a bit difficult to read the content, but it's still readable for the people who have good vision, which I don't think it's a good, right? I don't know. That weird, right? I know that Aiden will always bring back the dark mode, so we will be good on that. So yeah. And let me read chat. Oh, you said you weirdly like how small the webcam is. Yeah, I kind of like it as well. Because it's in here, it's I mean, it's a BRB screen, so we don't need to have a lot of information, but I still like the idea of giving the viewer a bit of an insight on there is something happening, right? I do. I think it's a great ability on stream. It's an interesting thing. I feel like I'm one of the only person on Twitch that has themes. I feel like I don't know everyone, but I don't know about any other streamers that has different color themes that change the entirety. I know CK has the background that changes, but that's inspired by one of my IDs, so of course, like, I am biased on that one. But yeah, so that was the BRB for streamer not found, and so because I can't take credit for everything. As I said yesterday, this is the main Behance project that triggered the entirety of the redesign. I just found it on the morning and I said, oh, well, that thing is pretty clean. Have a good rest of your day, Lurk, whatever. We'll see you when you come back. And so by looking at all of these, right, I like the color, I like the light mode and everything, and I really liked these tiny icon thingies here and there. And so the 404 is entirely inspired by what they have here. I can't take any credit for that. I reused what they had here. However, I made it a bit different with what we have, the background and all of that. The only thing that I don't have or haven't created yet is the visuals with buttons-ish type of things with a bit of a line afterward. That can come later, but for now, I did get a lot inspired by this entire thing. It was an inspirational idea indeed, but still, it's basically a duplicate of that entire Findon project here. And as I showcased the men's and women's thingy that I'm also inspired by for the potential metrics thingy, right? It's very similar. So that may be on the next one, I don't know. They have a lot of tiny windows here and there, so I don't exactly know how I like this yet. We'll see. But yeah, on that one there is this right here. But they have a different font as well. I like their font, but I don't think it's accessible. But I really like what they did with the alert or the error page. So 404, 503, 500, all of these things that happen when you're on a website. Pretty interesting. And also these half-sized. So one size is fully picture and the other size is just a white band. It's pretty interesting for layout, specifically if we were here and we still had the chat like we used to have a long time ago. It will come back at some point, but I'm very attached to the minimal layout that we have here, right? The goal of a stream, not really a goal, but like it's the connection. Say it in Italian. I can read. I will probably understand. I don't think so, but you can try. The golden rectangle, yeah. I think almost, yeah. But they have this next button that I kind of like as well, which goes back to some of the other things that we created before, other themes. But yes, there is a lot of really interesting designs in here that just inspired me to do other things, and yeah, that's the base. I still wanted to have or use this specific stickers on the end stream, but so basically they are not gone. That's the thing. So I had a rant about it yesterday. They are not gone. They are still here. They fucked the entire search menu. That they right, everything in here is like, if you look for something like, I don't know, foundation. I have foundation icon scaler. It's not a plugin that is installed on my site. The one that I have is foundation color, which is absolutely different. and then the Shift I is bringing you the components. However, if you click on widget and then you press paste a widget and continue working, if you do Shift I, you go back to fucking widget, when in reality you want to check components, because you've been formatted to know that Shift I is the shortcut to bring the components that you have available in the file. So, as always, every time that Figma is doing an update, they are changing the behavior of the app to make sure that all of the workflows that worked and were oiled and working and perfect for most designers are broken, and that we need to relearn everything we've learned for the past year and a half. So I don't fucking understand why they do that. But yeah, like if you are looking for something, as in, I don't know, yesterday I was looking for Simulator, and Simulator didn't pop in, and then actually have a good laydown. Have a good laydown. Thank you. We'll be here if you come back. So the thing is that I kind of like about here is in plugins. If you look for a specific plugin, for example contrast, that I don't have installed, I think, yeah, it's not installed. However, I can run it, which I think it's a great option, right? You have access to any plugins without having to install them, because basically they are just like fetching the plugins and then running them, and then it's good. But like if I'm here, I can just run something, but there are stuff that pisses me off right here. So for example, let's say I'm looking to launch stock, right? My behavior as a designer, when I see this, I'm expecting, if I click on stock, for stock to launch, but no, it opens the fucking page. Why is that? It's installed, it's available, I should be able to do the thing. But no, if I do stock here, it doesn't, like it's... There is so many things that are broken since the update with the Command P search thingy. And I feel like they resetted the cache of the search for some reason. Like they just decided I would just need to clean everything, and oh shit. Yeah, why? I mean, I get it, because you go here, but same thing. Here, it's just, I don't see all my installed plugins. I wish I could, from there, see my installed plugins. Like, it's bothering me to have access to so much things that I don't give a shit about. Like, if you're here, I don't know. I don't give a shit about all the plugins that have been created. I give a shit about the plugins that I use or I want to use. In which case, if I have a plugin, let's say, I need to find a plugin that I haven't used in a long time. I think Styler. I haven't used it. Right? That's perfect. That is perfect. Styler is an amazing plugin that I use every time I create a new style guide. Here I have Batch Styler, which is a different plugin, and if I scroll, I only have everything related to that plugin here. But I can't find it in the search, which, if you read shit, if you read what's fucking written here, search menus, commands, and plugins, in which case I'm expecting to have in here the list on quick access to all the plugins that I have installed, including a styler that is fucking right here and installed and set up, and it should be available, but it makes no sense. Yeah, like let's unzoom this. The Shift I should have stayed just search components and nothing more. And then they should have, I mean, should is a big ass word, but they could have created a new tab here with plugins and widgets. As in, you can now have a quick access to plugin and widget, and it's like a Shift W, for example. Because for me, components, plugins, and widgets, two of them are similar, but one of them is absolutely not its place here, right? I mean, a component is not a plugin, and it's not a widget either. So for me, it doesn't fit in that fucking thing. However, plugin and widget are the same thing. Like, a widget is just a plugin that you can, a widget is a component on steroid, basically, right? So it's just a component that has code behind. And then a plugin is something that do something for you on your Canva. But, like, as always, the feature is great, the implementation is trash. The last implementation of the groundbreaking new thing of component props, trash implementation. New groundbreaking thing of widget inside of Figma, trash implementation. I don't understand how, by including a tab for widgets and plugins inside of the overall file UI, you break the search. That makes no sense to me. Like, no sense at all. And so right here, like, let's say I wanted to uninstall a plugin. I still need to come back here and click on plugins and then look at the plugins that I have and then uninstall this one. But I'm kind of sure that if I go back to this file here and I search for Simulator, it still pops in. Like, I agree, there are less of them, but still, like, it's still there. It still makes no sense to me. Component utility was useful, but is not used anymore. Organized layer is kind of useful. I can keep that though. Clean document is useful, but still just annoying. So yeah, so the new thing is just annoying. And I searched Figma for the widget. It's not available. I don't know why. I can't find it. Like, I have the GitHub version, but I don't have Figma in the widget in here. Like, it's so weird. Now, this looked very similar to what you did. I mean, not exactly, because the Jira one that I'm using on FigJam was instantly ported here. So I don't really know. But then I have Figenda on the development side because you sent me the thing to compile the first time. But I don't know. I mean, if you as a, I mean you, if you as a widget developer on FigJam need to rewrite the entirety of the thing that you created for it to work on Figma, the chances for you to do that will probably go back to zero extremely soon, just because it's fucking annoying to have to write the same code twice for two different platforms. So I don't know. It's just weird. Just weird that they don't give you the thing that you expect them to do. It's the same as before. Same thing here. If I do that and I move back the window to where it's supposed to be, or where it used to be when it was just component, I want this to go back here if I summon them. But no, it goes back there. Makes no fucking sense. Like I talked about that yesterday, as in, if I open that folder, it's opening here. If I open that folder, it's opening here. If I open that folder, it's opening here, because it's where player unknown. Yes, of course. Well, come on in. How are you today? So I like, I don't know. You're used to see the search to be here, and it makes sense to always be here. And then a year and a half ago, they tell you if you do shift I, you get the components. And since last week, you get something else, and it's not in the same place, and it's breaking your workflow because you need to relearn the thing, where they should have just kept the thing in the center with just component and then plugin and widget in here. Player unknown, you didn't tell me yesterday. I don't think you did. How did you find the stream? I want to know that. End of day loom, do that. So yeah, a bit annoying of an update here, but for anyone who knows, we used to have a floating or folding me every time we have like a follower event. I got rid of it, but I also got rid of the pop cycle thingy that I did these ones, and I don't know if I want to replace them or add them again. That was a big ass dude. That surprised me. Thank you for the zoom. But yeah, there is also all of these things that I kind of want to use potentially. I don't know if this new theme is a good option. It may be, but I also don't want to create too much noise. Right, I already feel like that this specific screen already is filled up with content. Like you have the message here, you have the animated here and here and here, not animated, like message here as well. On the ending screen, you have the message here, you have something here and here. Right, so all of these things, like that's, in my views, that's a lot of elements, and this one is clean. And I don't know if I want to have more stuff that happens That's a question I'm asking myself. I don't have an answer yet. But we may change some things here and there during this month, as always. Every time that we have a new month, I'm not ending. No, pins are good. Welcome on in. How are you? Are you still streaming? You were streaming earlier. Are you still streaming? You are. What the fuck happened? Yeah, so this is the new pins are good. This is the new overlay. Maybe you will find things that are interesting to you. I don't know. Just the Mac is freaking out for some reason. But yeah, so we may potentially use the skulls here and there. How are you still live and on my chat? That's no good. That is no good. See you later. Happy to see you stop by. So yes, I'm thinking about the skulls. I'm thinking about the pop cycles to add back. And as you've seen, right? As you've seen, these two animations, these ones and the house one, they are horizontal for now, and I kind of want to create vertical drops for these types of growing things. So we might have that happen at some point as well, which could generate some of these as well, as in having like a shape. Let's say I take this one because that's the one that I like the most. Let's do 56. Sorry, let's do 0 on this one and a 56 on this one. So we could have something similar to this, and like a crop that goes to basically at 112 by 112, which is here, right? And then on drop, we grow back, and then the face is popping in. That's an ID. That's an option. I don't know if it's a good ID. It's an ID. So we can do that. We could do that. It looks like a tiny phantom from Mario a bit. So I like that. But yeah, so thinking about the skulls, thinking about that thing right here. If you haven't seen from yesterday, this is a version of my logo that can be extended on the O, and so the reflection behind it is potentially on screens like these ones. So let's say this is the raid. So this is the raid thingy. Let's do 200 maybe. Width, 200 height. We could go back to some of the things that we had before, right? Visually that we had before, and have my face here on a tiny thing at the top of the screen, rather than somewhere else for now, because we haven't seen any raid for today. We don't exactly know how it looks, so I can't tell you the difference compared to before. But yeah, I kind of need a raid for today to make sure that it's working and that the alerts and not the alerts, but like the chat events work as well. But yeah, so thinking about this one with the potential ability of doing this. It's 5. Right, having the ability to zoom in and zoom out with still the camera with the same thing here.
Aidan J. Bennett raided my stream with 2 viewers.
How can you be a party of 2? That's very interesting. But yeah, so now we have this, which is the newest-ish raid overlay. So we keep the same shape. We have the tiny plus. We have the person who raided with the same crown that we have while working. So you take the crown when you arrive with the raid. And then in the chat, as you probably just saw, we spam the shout out 3 times. Maybe 3 times is a bit much. We'll see if we can like diminish that. But yeah, that's the base. That is the base. We said podcaster is the best representation thingy. Right, so it could do something like this: create a view with the logo. Yes, I appreciate the second view on your channel, indeed. So that could be like a thing, and I kind of like this idea of having the ability to have your camera in this, and so potentially what I have in mind is basically this. So I mean, I don't need that. Interesting. Shit. I forgot that. Easy in and out as always. I just want to check. I mean, if you are planning to stream, it makes sense that people will potentially be lurking. Aw, fuck off. Why is that not the working? Ah, because of that. Check, everything is fine, everything is the same. Right. Yeah, so I kind of want to have something that could potentially do that. So you arrive on a scene that has the logo with my face here. So similarly to what we have here, right? So we have the 404, but we could have the AOA, and then when something happened, it could just grow and then it just zoom in basically on that tiny frame glasses section of the camera, and I think it could be interesting. We could do that. We could also do how much is it? How 940. Could also do that, so it could potentially shit. Yeah. I don't know. Right, we could just go through the screen. Yes, so Aiden, you can have your Twitch. You can have your Twitch embed in a very, as long as it's visible by the users. 1 second. So you have the right of embed websites, embed Twitch. It's allowed as long as the website owner and the how can I say and the viewer of the website knows that they are looking at things. Yeah, so if you have this is fine. Like if it's visible, it's the embed, it's not hidden from anything. That's a good idea. I was thinking of doing the same thing on my website, but I'm too lazy to do that and create the or add the embed part from on Webflow or something. I don't really know what I will want to use, but yeah, it's a great option to grow in terms of traffic, basically, as you say, because not a recall, I swear, has traffic. You can easily put it there, and then people will see your Twitch platform. It's a good idea. It's a good marketing idea overall. Yeah. I don't know. We may need to make that a bit bigger. We could do that. Like a double-ish. And then bigger like this. That way you have like a more of a pear-shaped thingy. If it gets 1k visit per month, that's pretty cool. I think the only platform that I have that gets more than 1k is my Dribble account for some reason. But also I don't track that metric, so I don't really know. But I think it's the only one that gets a bit of traction. I have the tracker right here, but yeah, like 2.5 views per 30 days, and then no likes because no one likes me. I didn't know that we had this. That's interesting. I never, yeah. I learned things today. You should do it the other way around, Aiden. You will have a way harder time to convert from Twitch to something else, rather than converting from something else to Twitch. Like going from Twitch is most likely unlikely. However, going from Instagram to Twitch is okay. That's something that people do. I think people are not seeing it that way yet. But I don't really know how I can explain that, but most things that I've seen, they don't. Like, you don't convert from Twitch, you convert to Twitch, which is a bit different. And like, for example, I have very little amount of people who discover or click on the bio link thingy, even though it's on in chat every 30 to 40 minutes. I forgot how often I put it there, but there are not a lot of people who clicked on it, and then they click on it at the end of the stream when I have the stream ending message, which contain the Discord and the social. However, the amount of people compared to the that join the Discord compared to the amount of people that watch the stream is less than 1 per week that just decide to join the Discord or that decide to follow me on socials, rather than the amount of people who find my stream link from outside and then click on it and follow me when I'm not live. That happens more often than the other way around. So I really wouldn't recommend you to do trying to get to Twitch from Twitch outside, if that makes sense. But also, that's maybe just my experience, and you may have a very different experience, which, right, is also an option. What did I say? 291. Sunira, hi. Welcome on in. How was your stream today? So you were streaming, I was in a lot of things at the same time. The music player is also back, but I think it's too small. I think you can't fucking read the text, specifically if you're on mobile. Your ability to just glue your face to see raise Ruzzer? I see P. I don't know. Not good. So I think it's too small, and I can't really like zoom in. I mean, I could. Let's see. That would be better in terms of text size, but then it's cropped. That's a bit better, but still, it's not that good. And then I can't unzoom or de-zoom. That makes no sense. So I don't know. For now, I don't really know. I think it's okay, but I think that's It could. I could zoom in, but right now I'm thinking about, can I technically edit the CSS with an inspect and the thing work anyways? Thinking like, is it an option? Would it be an option? Can I take the font size? Can I find that? So that window is way too small. That breaks the entire stream. That's good. So font size is 16. Oh, can I do that? I can't do that. Okay, so I can't have. That's a bit annoying. I forgot how you can do exactly what I just did. Separate the window. Okay, good. So let's see if I can do that. If I can do that, it could be nice. So we have this div right here, have a padding and a font size right there. Can I zoom in? I can zoom in. But that's bigger. That fucks up the layout of the icons for sure. Can I do 1.2? Maybe too big, but at least it's visible. And then let's check. I feel like this play button thingy should be inside of a very specific div. And in font size they say 43. So if I do that to 44, I can align the more button. That's a good start. And then let's see. I can't change the line height, which is interesting. I wish I could do the computed thingy. Pot, hi, welcome on in. How is the the focus session? Align item stretch. Yeah, stretch makes sense. Flex makes sense. Full bat, yeah. I mean that makes sense. If the bat is less. Worth less, not worth less, but worth less than the previous months, then you get more, if I remember correctly, because it's a percentage of the amount. So I could do that in terms of zooming in, but I feel like I would have to go back in every fucking time to make sure that the CSS is working, but at least I can kind of read oxytocin. So yeah, interesting. 6.3, that's pretty nice. How much is that? I don't think that's a lot. Yeah. You're almost at 0.5, so it's like... I mean, almost at 0.5. It's not... Sonera, yes, if I was using Spotify, I would do that, but I'm not using Spotify. I am using Epidemic Sound, and the only playlist that has the gender, the type of music that I listen to, which is metal, most of the time. Like right now we're on drum and bass. Drum and bass is kind of available on Spotify, but the playlist on Spotify is not, or are not using the same thing. Otherwise, I would use my Spotify widget. That is way easier to manage than this thing. This is like a window capture from Firefox with CSS tweaks, which is a bit annoying. But then, by thinking about this, right, I could go in, because I changed like the CSS thingy, and just get rid of the icons and get rid of or change the font colors, things like this. No, it's just Firefox. It's just their website. So that's a bit annoying. Aiden, the more you hold, the better. If you think about it. As you can see on today, gained a lot. Like at the beginning of the day it was at 36, and now we're at 40. So that's a pretty steep bounce back. But overall, from that, it has stayed at 0.1 for a long time. So I'm expecting it to go back to 0.2, like a double, because the regular is like 0.1, 0.2. So staying at 0.2, 0.4, 0.2 or 0.4 may seem the next trajectory after a spike like this. Fuck this. Shit. What do you mean you don't need the bat? The bat is just free. So, right. Goofy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was your day? The one that I reinvested in, is this one. And, yeah, that's great. That is great. It's doing the same thing as before, which I love to see. Last school day, you get a party potato. Congratulations on the last school day. That's amazing. Is it like vacation time now? If that's the case, it's good. So yeah, Inu is like the thing that I like because of its pattern. Like it's a very simple pattern since the start. So if you look at it closely, you have flat ass thing, big ass spike, and then right after said spike, you go back to flat ass thing. So right, this is the first spike, flat ass thing, and then big ass spike, and then flat ass thing again for a long ass time, and then big ass spike again, and then now we are going back to the flat ass thing. So if you look at the amount of jump from this point here to this point here to this point here, we are in a stepping, like very steady thing. We have big ass thing that just jump out of nowhere and then just stay stable. So reinvesting when it's flat, it's a pretty good option. So yeah, that's what I'm doing most of the time. But yeah, tiny derail on crypto. So 6 weeks. We use the plugin OBS shader filter to get that. I don't use mask anymore because if you use mask you can't do this, which I think is what makes my stream interesting in terms of transition. The fact that because it's a plugin I can just switch from one scene to another, and the source itself just get the right amount of radius in transition. Like the follow thing, the tail is going to the other side when we go to the other side, right? That makes a lot of sense. The capture has bigger radiuses compared to the smaller one here that is very close to the camera, and when we go to the PC you will see that this specific radius right there, Jedge, thank you for the lurk, appreciate it, is getting bigger, right? Specifically you can see it if I'm in light mode. On that transition it's a bit easier to see, rather than, right, we need to be on on a dark mode on both sides, so that you can see like the radiuses. But yeah, plugins for everything. Sadly, plugins are a bit more not processor intensive, but like they require a bit more power compared to mask. But still, I don't like mask. Mask give you some weird ass transitions, and I don't know. Yes, with move transition, you get all of these things that I'm doing, right? Moving from here to here, and then with move transition again, you get the ability to define key values or keyframes that will trigger things here and there. So for example, if I'm moving back to the starting soon scene, there is a keyframe that triggers the crop of the camera, another keyframe that triggers the radius of the camera, and another basic transition that is not a keyframe, but that takes the sizes of this element and interpolate the transition in between the two. So it's a very simple thing, and you can do that with move transition, and only move transition, and it will work for moving things around. And then for radiuses you need OBS shader filter, which is a bit harder to find now, but it's still findable. And then to create everything that is related to like the blur, this is Stream Effects. Stream Effects will give you the ability to do these weird things and other effects for sure. I kind of want to have this done. I could show you that. I can't really show you that because we are not on the same page. I don't like that. But yeah, nah. It's a very simple thing, to be honest. The transitions are, once you understand them, it's very simple. If you are used to Figma, Goofy, I don't think you use Figma. Not that I'm not remembering that. You may be. Absolutely forgot. You use Figma? For everything? Okay, good. So if you use Figma for everything and you've you have used Figma for prototyping, which I guess is the case, and you used the feature of Smart Animate, which can give us these transitions, right? Smart Animate does the exact same thing as Move Transition in between scenes. So if you have understood Smart Animate in Figma, you have understood Move Transition inside of OBS. It is basically the same thing. So the way that Move Transition works is it takes a layer, it takes a scene, it looks at the layers, it takes the ending scene, it looks at the layer, and all the layers that have the exact same name, it does a transition for you to make sure that it matches. And Figma and Smart Animate is doing the exact same thing. So, like, for example, Kane, hi, welcome on in. If I decided to change the name of, I don't know, this one to instead of logo cam to logo cat, right? As you know, the transition now is a fade because it doesn't match in names. And so it's exactly the same thing in Move Transition. So you just install the plugin and then you add a Move Transition for this. Instead of the Stinger transition, you use a Move. You change some settings here and there, but most of the thing are working. So for example, here you can see that the elements that I have on really the tiny things that are all around, if I go back to the chatting scene, it will just spread out, right? Because I said I want the elements that are not present from scene A to scene B to move away from center. I could have added like a fade, I could have added like a zoom, I could have added a lot of things, but I don't like it. I prefer just to explode the content and then bring everything back to the center. That's just a setting of Move Transition. And because things have the same name or not the same name, then they move in different placements, which is pretty useful, pretty neat. Really Angry Hedgehog, how are you? How was your day? How was your week? It's Friday. I thought about you I didn't tell you that this week, but I thought about you in the beginning of the week because I found, was that on TikTok? I don't know if it's on TikTok or if it was somewhere else, but yes, it was on TikTok. I found a thing. I don't know if I can. Oh no, I can't.
I'm fine.
That's my face. There's a lot of my face. You fine? I don't want to have the sound though. But yeah, there was this video right here about Luxembourg and the fact that transportation is free. And I like that the picture that they showcased were like, I don't know how I feel about it, but it's interesting. They're just saying that how can I say that? The public transport is free, which, right, there was, I think, 3 or 4 videos down on the feed. There was another guy from Germany? Yeah, I think Germany or somewhere in Europe, I forgot, where he said, I'm not paying for public transport ever, because the price of a ticket or the price of a subscription is like 300 a year, basically, and I'm saving 300 basically per year, but if the company wants to make sure that everyone is paying for the transport, they just need to check the tickets of everyone twice per year, and they fine you 150 euros per missing tickets. So he said, like, most of the time you just need to go through and it's fine, and so the public transport is free. But if you get how can I say, if you get caught, then you need to pay 150, which is a bit expensive. What do you mean? So social engineering on the train? I don't know what that means. It makes no sense. Makes no sense to me. So it might not be in Germany then. He was like, they fine you 150. I think in France it's like 120 or something. But because of where where I'm located in Paris, I don't need public transport unless I go see my grandma, which I do, but right, most of the thing that I'm going to or where I'm going to, I can walk there, and it takes me like 20 to 40 minutes walk, which is not much. So for the past 3.5 years, like 2019 almost, if not before that. Yeah, let's say 2019. Since 2019, I'm not paying the public transport, and I'm just like just using the tickets when I go see my grandma. But that's the only thing, which is it's very simple and very good on my wallet. Not paying. So stream that will kill the Mac, but. Are you on PC, right? Not on Mac. It's basically the same thing. Once you reboot your OBS, you should have a StreamFX thingy right here. You have tools, StreamFX, and you have some informations. And so that's the first thing that tells you that it's installed. If it's not there, can I show it on stream, Kane? If I can show it on stream, then yes. Otherwise, I don't know. So Goofy, if you don't if you don't have this thing at the top, that's no good. However, or moreover, when you start OBS after installing StreamFX, you should have a modal that say thank you for installing StreamFX. So if that didn't pop in, you need to reinstall it. I don't think you will be interested, really, Grishock. Or what side of the thing that I'm talking about interests you? Is it the thing that I'm asking if I can share it on stream thing? Oh, tiredness. Yep. Well, it may not really interest you because it's a design-based thing again, and it's an NFT-based thing, which again, not that great. Let's see. So. I mean, I'm still French, so I agree with the last statement. Yes. Yes. It makes a lot of sense, right? As a French person, it makes a lot of sense. Constant source of disappointment. That is a great description for us. At least to me. So it's a 6 radius, a 6 base radius for some reason. Not entire card. So this is the card that we have. Very French. Very French. Why is it written as Franche? So F-R-A-N. Franche. Goofy, did you find the stream effects thingy? Oh no, not the French accent again. It's been a while. It has been a very long while. Well, I'm sorry for the accent, but maybe that will help you to understand what I'm saying. I don't know. Just kill OBS, and then click on the install StreamFX. And once that's done, you should be good. You should see a model when you reopen OBS.
C'est de la merde.
I agree. Really angry at Joe. I agree. It should go to your. Fuck, that's amazing. It should go to your OBS folder. So you just select your OBS folder. It should work. Are you using a portable version of OBS? Player unknown, welcome back. You are arriving on a very accented.
C'est moi ou il y a une ambiance de merde?
Accented portion of the stream where we are French for some reason. Every time I speak with the French accent, really enjoy. I agree. It's not the best ambiance, right? We have no choice. Someone redeemed the French, but the French should end very soon. Don't worry. Yep. Thinking. Much better. So yeah, Goofy, if you go to your download TF, the fuck we doing? We're doing design. Well, come on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I want to know. But thank you for chatting. We are a design stream. If your name implies a question, we are a design streamer. And I'm trying to help someone from the community right now. So they have this, which is, I think that who seems it worked or means it worked. Install helped. Good. So we have this. That's our base card. Well, come on in. Well, if you are into design and development, you could be interested by the stream. If you want to learn some graphical things, could be interested by the stream. However, if that's not things that you are interested by, the stream is very weird. But I appreciate you being here and trying out stuff. So if you do graphic design, as always, welcome on in again. If you have any design question, feel free to ask them. As a bit of credential to give you like a bit of idea of what I can do or give you as help. I'm trying to help as many designers as possible. And I've been designing for 16 years.
TF Wedwan is now following.
So thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. So you get access for free to 16 years of experience. Some of them are not good years of experience, but now I'm okay. And so we are trying to redesign this card right here. So let's just do something in terms of layout to check if we can have something similar. So I'm thinking for now we can do this and then duplicating that section and moving it here. I mean, that's what I like to do. I feel like by helping as many people as I could, I learned faster than not helping. And I think my dad helped me understand by telling me if you can teach someone else, that means you understood the concept. So having the ability to understand something first for yourself and then having the ability to transfer the knowledge to someone else, pretty important in his views, and I kind of agree. And so this is where we are now. We help because it's easier, and also it makes everyone grow, which I think is a good thing, specifically for designers. All right, so what we have is, this is the bottom section, right? Makes sense. This is shit. This is shit, yes. This 0, 60%, and then this one is our picture, which will do red. So in terms of the construction, Kane, you have, sadly, because of the NFT that you have, that are based on a ticket style picture, you have a very tall NFT. I have a question for you, which is, I mean, I don't think Croatia are gonna make it ultra tickets. That the thing? I don't think that's the thing. Does it exist? Can I find it online or still not? Oh, size are not normalized yet. Oh, that's a neat thing. So if these are the NFT that you will receive, then Aaron, hi, welcome on in. Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it. Okay. This is weirdly shaking. I don't know if I like that NFT thing, but don't really give a shit about that. Questions then, Kane. Your platform is for any types of NFTs, not just event-based NFTs, meaning that you can have different sizes, different things. Is that the platform that you are trying to redesign? Maybe the case. So it is. Okay. So I am extremely biased on the NFT platform that I'm using, right? So it's the French laugh. No, it's not. It's different laugh. But I appreciate that. So I'm using Foundation, you know that, and I'm also using OpenSea, which are both of the main platform that make sense to me in terms of NFT things. So when you're looking at OpenSea, which has undergone a bit of a redesign lately, not so fast, not so long ago, but still not like yesterday. Most of the things that I have, right, some of the NFT that are here are not in the square format in their endpoint. Like this one, for example, or this one as well, they are not square based pictures. So you could go with square preview, like you can see that one of my own I mean all of mine right here are, or have, I'm kind of dying right now, have like this nice ad, yes, this white thing around them, which make them look ugly compared to the other ones. So I should have fixed that before, like I did on the videos, but I didn't. I was dumb at the time, which is good. I know better now. So because of that, right, these things have different sizes and it looks weird. It doesn't look good. So all the other ones are a bit better. And so if I click on this one, for example, it's render. Yeah, but you can do sharp corners with the same behavior of cards. So, right, this format is a bit longer than just a square. So that's first thing. And second thing, in OpenSea, same behavior, same thing. We have square previews, and then if we go into the NFT, as you can see, it's absolutely not based on a square, but because I have too much space on everywhere, right? That makes sense. If you go into Super Rare, which is the other one, I don't know if I'm logged in. I don't think I need to be logged in on this one. They have sharp, like everything is sharp, and so these are squares right now in the center, all of them square, and I don't know if I click on something, if it's still square or if it's another format. Let's see. This one is a square. Interesting. I didn't know. Let's go to something else. Let's just check if it's different. I think the first one we saw earlier, this is not a square, right? So they have sharp corners. You can use Super Rare as a base, as an inspiration. You probably already have. I don't know if known origin is sharp. I don't think they are. I don't think they are sharp. Nope. So I don't know why it's not loading, and I don't want to connect my wallet by default. What do you mean by information is more important than... Can you fucking Thank you. The information of the NFT is more important than the image itself. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. But you still want to have the content. And so one of your questions that you had yesterday was, how can I have a card with a long ass description? And basically, and so my main feedback here is Instagram is a great representation for this. This is an amazing cake. Yeah. Title and description is the same thing for me. It's the first. I'm saying description because of Instagram. The caption of the picture right here can be extended, but isn't in the beginning, or has like a limited amount of visible thing, and you can click more and see more. Most of the time, it's limited to 2 to 3 lines. Specifically on mobile, I think you have maximum 3 lines. But then the entirety, this is the description, it's like an entire article that you can read, basically. So if you go with the Instagram-based format, right, the newest format that they have, which is the biggest one they do, the content is resizing the entire card, right? So the last two have the same height. However, the one from the top was a bit shorter, tad bit shorter. So you could do that if you wanted to, and it's an interesting base, right? This one is way shorter as well. I think it could work. Like this one is square, and then you have the description. I understand the thing of the content is more important. If you look at what they have, and that's something that I don't like here, this is not scannable easily. So you have a title that is here, and then you have a title that is here. So regarding what I said yesterday in terms of readability and scannability of a page, if you can have the start of similar elements in the same place, that helps. So scanning this row right here is way easier than scanning this one, because they don't have the one line when the title starts, right? Same thing here. You have a bit of an issue while reading. So these things are to know. And then that's also very interesting that they also have big cards. So by just looking at their thing, Alton, hi, welcome on in. There's an E inside of that. You could go for a wider card compared to this one, by still keeping the same behavior on that. So let's say we do this, right? If you extend to, you know what, let me double that, just a 2 time, so that's twice as wide, right? 622. It shouldn't be 622, I don't think. Yeah, maybe that's better. It's in poster A, yes. How are you, Tom? How was your day? So you could go with a wider card if possible, because they already have one. You could create lines rather than cards. That's a very weird way of seeing things, but you could do that. I mean, sorry, let me just do this. could potentially do that, right? So having the same base, so Redis picture, and then this is the information, that's the buy now section. So you could do that. You could put the picture on the side and then just have rows, meaning that technically speaking nothing like tells you to not do a table based view. It's not very good for the type of content that you have, but by using the same like banner style that they have in the middle, and splitting rather than having like a full banner, just having the content may work. And right, something like this. Is that something that you did? I guess yes. So yeah, that's an option. However, you have a lot of information in there that don't help. Can I share this as well? And can I paste that on Figma? If that's the case, it would be neat. Is that So too late. You said go for it. You should do it. You should do it. I just want to basically do the layout like I did earlier with the other one. So basically have this, and the thing that's bothering me is the side that you did this. So I would split things. I don't need that. I need that. These are... Button is wider, I don't know why. So let's duplicate these, get rid of that, take all of these, get rid of these. So that's our picture. So red, as always, that's our title. Let's put that in blue. We have date or cyan. And then you have human. Human is green most of the time, or light green. And then you have price. Price is yellow. And then you have CTA. CTA is black. So that's basically what you got in terms of layout, right? What I would do compared to this is date section. Okay, so I would take the price. I will make sure that it's big enough here. I will have my CTA take the same height as my price here, and then take the elements that are located there in one row rather than a column, because that seems a bit weird. And then the person who posted the thing, I like your idea of tickets type of thing right here, and you could do the same or have a similar thing with your user. So you could, technically speaking, you could take your user or user block and do something, let's say like this, right? If you want to keep that tiny, interesting, weird ass shape, meaning that potentially you can grow the amount of title that you can have on that card. So that's an option. That's my first option. Option number two, if you keep, if you define that the owner of the NFT or the person who is posting the thing can have a truncated name, which is a weird thing to say, because you're like shortening the artist influence thingy. I don't really know what I'm talking about right now, but you could do that. And you could do something like this. You have like a crop in by using the same shapes. I'm still thinking about that. You could like crop the picture at the bottom and get like an interesting half step thingy and have the person in here rather than at the top, but it's basically the same thing. The bottom of the image or the NFT image may be less interesting than the top, so that's why I'm posting that or placing that at the bottom. If you just keep a square and the artist is just using let's just do that quickly. Denny, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How was your week? So, right, if I go with minimal, which is my usual thing, I use that one. You can see how different shape, because the picture is set to fill or fit. No, fill. You will have the right amount of space. So if you just set the thing to square, you will not really have any issues with like the artist. Like they know it's a square. So looking at the other NFT platform that we have, right? Like these make sense, but like you need to think, or as a not you yourself, as a platform, you need to think in scalability rather than flexibility for the user, specifically here on that type of cases. So in terms of OpenSea, right, great example, everything is a square, and it is based, so we are helping Kane on a card design issue, so everything here, right, is a square based, but then the image inside is not necessarily a square. So what I'm doing there, right, if you keep that as a square and keeping your cards in height with the same thing, you have the ability to then double your amount of title lines. So some of them will be like this because they have a short title and you have a lot of white space and it's fine. Some of them will be just one line and you have a ton of white space underneath, and some of them will have a long ass title and that will be taking everything. You can hyphen the text if you wanted to. So I would do that first of all, and then I like that ID, of course, because just add that ID. Let's see if I can find one of my... The shapes that you just created give me some... not old, but like different inspiration vibes that I've I haven't seen in a while, so you could go for that. And I know I have liked some of their projects on Dribble a long time ago, not so long ago, but still a long time ago. So I may be able to find it again, but it could inspire you. That's interesting as well, but it's not what I wanted to look at. So the base thing that I'm saying in the background, right, is just lock the size of your preview for the image, because as you said, the content is more important than the image, and lock the size of your cards in order to never have misaligned elements to read things. That's a bit of a start, but it's not that person that I want to find. Oxymoron, I think, may have things that interest me, but it's not that person exactly. This one was an interesting NFT platform as well. And you said they really want Sharp, right? Like they insisted in Sharp, which makes sense. I mean, makes sense, doesn't make sense, makes sense. You know, the usual. Going back to what I shared a week ago, I think. Sharp is for trust me. Like, we are trustworthy, which makes a lot of sense. That's the underlying feeling. But when you are a new company and you are Sharp, it really screams to me, please trust me. Please, 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 please trust me. And when I'm seeing that, I'm like, yeah, I won't trust you. You are begging for trust, and I don't trust you yet, so I can't do that. I can't find the fucking thing that I was about to show you right there. Should be around here. I mean, this person is also a good inspiration. We did some of their thing a long time ago, but it's not the one I want. It's not the one I want. I should have searched for sure. That's 100% true. And you know, I'm at the level where I'm like, if I start to search now, but if I scrolled like 10 more times, I would have found the thing. It's the elevator dilemma of, do I take the stairs? Do I take the elevator? Do I take the stairs? I know it's around here. And then at the moment I say, well, let's not. That's a good base as well. One more page and then we'll go search. Shit. Well, it's not there. Oh, that's Victor. It's a W. That's Victor that we talked about yesterday. Decision paralysis. Yes. Welcome back, Ollie, by the way. I think you've been lurking at the same time. I said one more page and I clicked on another one. That's me cheating, but you don't know about that. Let's go back to the top at some point. So, futuristic UI. I may find something here, but also I may not. I'm looking for a very specific one. You probably know who I'm talking about, but maybe yes. I can't fucking find their things. I mean, they are popular. They should be, at least. because they are good. Well, I know I like them on Instagram, but I can't go back there. So, nonetheless, some of these type of UI, right, with the hammed things here and there could be interesting. I'm looking for the person, I forgot their name, of course, that is doing sci-fi inspired circular UI. I think you know what I'm talking about if I'm saying this. I forgot the name. A lot of people have seen these. So they are circular players or circular planet tracker that is using glass morphism, a lot of tiny icons, and a lot of weird edges here and there to like these things, but in a circular form. And I absolutely forgot the name of that person, which is no good. That's not that. That's not them, but they did similar thing. Yeah. So Victor from yesterday, I was talking about them because of their use of fonts and because they are a type designer and they do a very condensed and tall fonts. I love most of the things that they do, but that could be really interesting as well. So I think maybe if I glass morphism. Glass morphism may be one of the their trait, but I don't think they call it glass morphism. They are away from the trends, which help them in a way, but it's sad. Let me just look. I read like an entire article about how they decide to create their UIs and absolutely forgot. Deconstructed seems to be a word that comes to my brain right now, which may be interesting. It's annoying. Nonetheless, Kane, that doesn't help you in any way, shape, or form. It's just me looking at or looking for a specific thing that is just an inspiration. Doesn't mean it will be the thing that you do, and it's just like a reference, which would not help anyways, so may not be useful. So if I find it again, same as yesterday, if I find it again, I will go back and send it back to the Discord, but still. I'm just looking at or thinking about these things because of the way that you created your card in the first place, right? So maybe something. And then if I go to something a bit different in here, we could as well have something based on that. And a bit of radius here if you wanted to, and even though they say sharp, they said sharp. One thing that I would tell you, Kane, is to do two versions potentially, if you can, of the same component. So similarly to what I mean, similarly, not exactly, but some stuff that I do from time to time is just I create like a component with one very specific style, and then I just duplicate it and take everything that is inside and just add like an 8 radius, and then some of these things don't match, right? So just get rid of this one and this one, for example, to 0, and the card itself to 8 as well, the clipping, and then you can have your entire page layout done and just select the components and swap them and then present both. Not to do anything specific, but just to showcase, right, that sharp has a very specific feel and a bit rounded has a very specific feel as well. And then you can do a fully rounded if you wanted to, but that's not exactly good on that. So you could do that first of all. In terms of layout, I do like the ID here. What I like about that placement for the person name is you get some really like interesting shapes here and there, so that may help. But it's still very difficult to, how can I say, to justify in a way. And I understand the difficulties specifically with these NFTs right there, to have a thing like this, and keep the thing at the bottom is fine though. And having this right cropped is not that good for the preview, but sometimes you don't have a choice. Weirdly enough, it's not centered. You didn't expect that? I didn't expect that. It's not centered by a lot. Interesting. But yeah, I understand that cropping of making the thing fill, the container that you have may not be the greatest option, but in terms of scalability, it will be the greatest option. It's basically the only option that you have to make sure that there is scalability, having the ability to just say, well, this is the layout that you have at your disposal, and you need to work with it. So right? Like I worked with it. I ended up with square-based things to make sure that they fit in these previews. And from the other one that I have, some of them are very much not square, even though they look square here. So maybe that helps. I don't really know. So this is option 1, to get your thing in an horizontal view, and you can potentially, if you wanted to, you could have like a 2x2 grid, and that could work. This doesn't have the same amount of spacing, but right, that could be a thing. You could have that potentially, or just 2, or if you really want to, you could also have one of these. Right, 1200 or 1400 or whatever, and so it's a carousel and it just scrolls horizontally, and that would work. So that's horizontal version, and then if you go back to your original thing, which is this, I would do the same thing as this in terms of behavior, as in, if I can, I will just take that, make it this amount here, and then potentially just resize that and make sure that this is, so we are 337 for some reason, is basically a square. So taking the content, all that, which is what you have here, so getting the same basic placements, basic elements here. I would have price and button being black here. We don't need to showcase it, but we have this, and this. Placing that around here. I think that's weird ass placement overall. And then potentially, if you do like an Instagram style thingy, you could have a header. Option number 1. Option number 2, sometimes you see this, right? This preview pill type of thing. You could do the same thing here. Even though it's a square-based element, you could have a square element here, and then the username there. Turns out 16 maybe okay, 18 with that size maybe okay. So that can go until then. Could be this, if you wanted to. Could be rounded, or give you like a lot of interesting thing as well. So you have a lot of options, but I really recommend you to do a square-based preview and think about it as a preview and not as the image itself. Even though, as we said, difficult to have a preview that looks like this, but that's on the creators basically. That we can't do anything. That's on me on OpenSea to have messed up my ratios here. That looks no good because I didn't know, and so nothing is aligned. But yeah, I don't know if that helps, Kane. Probably a bit, not entirely though. Yeah. I mean, you don't have like a lot of options. I don't think you're wrong on what you think most of the time. I mean, and then when I'm saying you, I'm saying anyone that is watching. I don't think you're wrong. Maybe there are things that you don't know yet that you need to learn. But on these IDs, like if we go back to this, you can't, like if you want readability, you can't go crazy with the layout, meaning that you are limited to specific types of layouts, being portrait or landscape. That's the only two options you have. Because first of all, they said we don't want circular things, which makes sense, and it would be extremely weird. I'm not against it, but it would be extremely weird if you had this. Hello, Aiden, welcome back. I would love it though, but two paths. Oh. I agree. I would love that. Again, Aiden? That's a crazy idea. But if you arrive on a website for NFTs that are related to something that is circular, like, I don't know, records, or things like this, this is a great presentation. You have your title, you take the top section, you have a tiny preview here, and then potentially you can have like the author right there, and while hovering, you could have in half of this or in the center a button that just say the price and buy now. I don't know, which is like this things. So right? You could, but no one knows that, and no one would, in their right mind, say, well, you know what? That's a pretty cool idea. I don't know. I like it, but it could look cool. It could look cool. Difficult to justify. That's the main thing, right? Aiden, do you have the ability to not Figma tell hi? Well, come on in. How are you? How have you been? Last time you entered, you said hi, and then you disappeared. What happened? Too much work? How's the new... I was about to say, how's the new work? But did you start at the animation thingy? I forgot. The thing that starts with an F, I think. With a pretty nice landing page with pictures. And just I forgot. Kids, I get it. Yes, exactly. It starts with an F, right? Or am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong, which makes sense. Pass it. Yes. So did you start? Or not yet? Not yet? Good. I mean, good. Different. You could do that. You could even do that, Kane. You could add... Yeah. The fuck did I say? I said what? I said bottom. Yes, thank you. Why the fuck did you put yourself on top? Sorry. Yeah, I feel you. I understand that. Shite? Are you being sarcastic at the moment? Because I don't use that often. I always forget that feature exists, Kane. That's why. So sorry, Aiden. If you can, just use your name, and don't add something to it. I mean, you could. I think about it. Yeah, you could. I'm not interested. I should be, but it's bothering me more than anything, for reasons. Maybe just two. You think in terms of website. Don't think in terms of website, Aiden. I could speak at the config, for sure. But also, do I want to? I don't think so. No, I know. I could be paid for. Should be paid for what I'm doing, but I don't know. I have like a bit of I don't exactly know how to explain it. It's just public speaking on a constrained environment. I don't like that. I like to be able to say fuck at all times. I I like to be able to have a derail in the middle of a conversation or something, and so having a talk needs that you need to prepare for the talk and not derail from said subject and speak in a very specific amount of minutes. It's just constraining for no reason when what I'm doing best is explaining and helping, and in order for me to help as much as I can, I need to understand the person that I'm talking to and if they understand what I'm saying, because I may be saying things that makes no sense for someone because they don't understand the language yet. And so at a talk for a specific tool, language is still good, but like most people will understand it. But also right now, the thought that came in my head is me bitching about the implementation of Figma on each of the new features since they announced a feature and I'm using the tool doesn't give me like the it's not the will, but I don't want to go into a conference for a tool that I'm bitching about and I don't like the way that they implement things. So there are things that makes no sense to me. I could talk about something very different, right? But still, I don't know. It's weird. I know. So, Kane, you could do that if you wanted to. Going back to the original topic of this, if you really wanted to do a weird ass thing, you could do that. But a workshop could work, yes, for sure. But I don't know if a workshop in French would be my thing. I thought about explaining things in French, and it's difficult. Make people pay, yes. I mean, we could. I agree. These three are too much. That's a cute square thing. So, yeah. Yes, it is. It is. It is. We changed the name because the old one triggered some commands in that stream that was not really a good image for the person, right? It's not good to be associated with fuck when you are in this stream, right? Every time I say your name, something pops on the screen. Makes no sense. So... And if I call you by your name, then people don't know who I'm talking to, so yeah. No good. So again, you could do that. And then in terms of the thing that I said earlier, right? Layout is either vertical or horizontal. And then whichever you do with the layout itself, you could do that if you wanted to. It's not good, but you can do that. You could do this if you wanted to as well, and have your price and your button to buy underneath right here, and then you can do the thing that I said with that, right? Jordan Robinson. Yes, it's live. Welcome on in. Who are you? You don't pop in as your first message. And your name doesn't seem familiar to me. Oh. Jordan T. Robinson. Sorry. How are you? It's been a while. How have you been? I know you've shared a message in Ben's Discord saying that you will probably come back to streaming at some point. Where is that happening? When is that happening? Is that happening? Yeah. JTR. Let's do 240 by 240, right? Shall we? Just so we have this. So okay, yeah, you could do that if you wanted to. So same behavior, meaning that you can potentially have like a bit more of a weird ass thing, but that doesn't mean it's a good option. It's a weird option. So similarly to what you did in the offsetted thing, having the picture above the rest makes it more visual, so you can do that. But I don't know if that's a thing that is interesting to you right here. As always, I'm for these very specific layouts, I am very looking forward to something that is way slimmer in terms of content, specifically for these reasons of we don't have the need, specifically because it's in the lending, we don't have the need to showcase that much content, and so having just the title here that could potentially be, I don't know, let's say up to 3 lines of text, which is a big ass thing, that can be an option. You could do the same thing as I did earlier, which is let's duplicate this one because that's another option. You could take the user, place it on top of the preview, right? These things, and take that. Yeah, exactly. You don't need all the informations, so yeah. Got a new job as a presentation designer. Interesting. What is a presentation designer? what do you define as a presentation designer? Because I have like an idea in my head, but I don't think it's the right one. So from what we see in here, right, you have a lot of things. I don't want to go back, but I will go back to OpenSea again. I'm sorry. And let's not go to my account. Let's go to just OpenSea. Let's see. Can we fucking browse stuff? Let's. Browse collectible. Fruities, hi. Oh, hi again. Sorry. Did you sleep in the middle? No, I don't. I don't do freelance. I mean, I used to. Oh, so that's what I had in mind. Okay, good. It is. We had one of these, so presentation designer in my company before, and then she decided to went away. But right, okay, that's the thing. You have preview, name, price, and while hovering by now, right? While hovering by now. And then if I go to foundation, see if I can get, I don't know, it's just an NFT thing. Foundation OS? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? So the same thing here, right? You have user or human, price, and then title is while hovering on the card. And that's all. So that could be a thing as well. Some of them here, they are black when they have an auction going on. I need to see the thing that you just sent me. Oh yeah, indeed they are. It was your inspiration. I can see that. I like it though. I like it. It's a bit better. Who did that? Someone did a very similar. It's not really a very similar thing. Someone did a card that grew. So someone did a card, and I need to catch up on chat because I've seen that there have been messages. Someone did a card that was basically, let me do it 240 by 240 here, and then they had this, and they had these, and they cropped that, basically made that an auto layout frame, make that, I think black would work, not exactly, let's make that red, right, because we can, and so then the thing that they had was this. While hovering, you had the content at the bottom that just grew in, and so that was the sorry, that's not. Let's burn your eyes. Let's do orange on that because otherwise that makes no sense. So picture is red as always, and then orange is like content. We could just do white. That's very Polish of me. Right, while hovering, you had these pop in that gave you information about the title, about the author, the price, all of these, but they were just sliding in. So could be a thing, similar to what they have here, right? Because of the inspiration that you sent. Oh, Daria is here. And yeah, oh, that's interesting. Let me just read back some stuff. Figma Atelier, the Mondrian thing, was it for me or was it for someone else? And you said your Figma example? Oh, you mean that? Yes. Fuck, that the connection in my head was like, nay, not happening. Oh, I'm tired. So Kane, you could do that if you wanted to. Alright, that's an option. And Jordan, no, we are not doing like prototype for OpenSea, but we are getting OpenSea as an inspiration because we are working on we are not working, we are helping Kane, who is working on an NFT platform, and so they have some issues here and there. So so you could, I'm sure, Kane, I'm sure you did something that has this effect as well. I'm trying to find maybe the JPEG store has an option that is similar. I mean, the JPEG store is really different, but right, the cards themselves, same thing. It's a square with the classification, the title, and then a button of buying and selling, and then this is a square based thing. So well, it's another platform, and then if you go to object, I'm trying to like scrape my head with all of the NFT platform that I know. See, this is the same thing, but they used fit instead of fill, meaning that you have these weird ass sidebars that I think looks ugly. I don't like that, but at least they have consistency in terms of card height, which that's also one of the reasons why I'm telling you to do like a square-ish preview. Help a lot. And no, please, no, that's not. Damn it. Do we have? Yes, here. So things like this, right? They do a hyphen for the title when the title is too long. So that could be a thing as well. I don't know. But that's not good. Like, hiding the title is not a good behavior for something, as you said, when the title is important. So difficult. Oh shit, I received a lot of things. I didn't know that Nuke sent me this. So nice. Let's remind me of the blingy GIFs that we used to have on MSN. If you're old enough, you know. If you're not, you don't know, and it's fine. So, yeah, Kate, from one of the things that you said earlier of maybe we don't need to have everything, I absolutely agree. However, I would keep it at a minimum the title, the author, and the buy now button, the price and the buy now, because it's not even, you know what, the price is not really useful. If someone knows that they want to buy something, they will buy it. So you can do just a buy now button, that could work, rather than giving us the price. Could be a thing. And then smallest size acceptable for mobile is a 320 width, usually because we design on iPhone 13 mini, for example. The how do you call that? The width of the phone is 375, meaning that if you want to have something that is inside of it, size acceptable for fonts. On mobile, you can go down to 10 as a very, 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 very smallest thing, but try not to go under 12 as a minimum size. Like for everything that is forget your password and all of these underline, I do 10 to 12 most of the time. But for reading, yeah, 14 to 16 is a good base. So, right, if you hello, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do our usual test. Shit. Some people will tell you 8, which I disagree, but so that's everything, and that's 100% officially on my screen. I can read everything because I'm on desktop, and I know, but this is 48, 32, 24. So as you can probably see on stream, this one starts to be readable-ish. If you're on mobile, this one starts to be readable. But technically speaking, if you're on mobile, this needs to be that's basically a size test for mobile. If I do this, right, and so from that, for me right now, what I'm seeing is the 8 is very tiny, and then this one is okay, but not good. This one is good, so 14 is fine. If you want to know about type scales, this one is good as the basic thing. So it gives you the viewport, the font size, and I like big fonts as well, but that gives you a lot of interesting type scale that you can use, and it's a fluid one. It generates everything. It's really useful for that. Utopia is a good one, and then you have type. Typescale, which is typescale.com, which gives you similar thing, but right now we have the minimum one that is set to 8. I don't like that, but yeah, you have Typescale without the hyphen, which is I think another one again. No, it's not the right one. This one doesn't load, at least not on my side. But this one can be useful, right? You have like a very good base of Typescale, and you can see on stream like the 16, which is our base, is readable-ish. Everything that is under that on stream, no good. And then yeah, bigger fonts, and you can use different weights, like 900 in weights is pretty interesting as well. That's Poppins, I don't like it, but it's okay. You can use Inter, and same thing, black is good. And then you can define your majors and golden ratios and all that, and say that your baseline is, I don't know, maybe 12 as a baseline. Could be interesting. That's a big ass base right there. I mean, kinda yeah, but not really, but kinda yeah, I agree. What I would say is the Typescale give you this preview that has a real impact in the difference in between your titles and your text, to make sure that you understand like the difference and the hierarchy in between your elements. So that's a good thing. In terms of imagining that your users have reflection of light on their screen, yes, if you are on mobile, not really if you're on desktop. I mean, it can happen, but most likely not. And the thing that I always remind everyone is similar to distance from TV, right? The usual graph charts that you probably have seen. These things, right? Which give you the amount of meters or distance in between your eyes and the size of your screen. So if you have a 32-inch TV, you are, to see everything, to have the best experience, you are like almost 2 meters away. 42 is like 2.4, and all that. It's the exact same thing in terms of distance from your screen when you are looking at your monitors. Right now I'm at like arm length almost to my monitor. However, if I'm on my phone is basically here, which is like hand length when I'm looking at it, and I'm not like arm length away looking at things. So that's why I'm saying that the minimum size on mobile can go lower than the minimum size on desktop. That's one thing. And then the other thing is, if you have the ability to understand EMs or REMs values, you can have, or you can generate scales that will scale depending on Typescale. I mean, that will scale depending on the size of your viewport. So if you have tiny viewport, it will be like adapted, because on a tiny viewport, your eyes will need to be closer to them to read things. So let's say you're on an Apple Watch, you will probably be here if you wanted to read something, which is 3 fingers away from my eyes, 4 fingers away maybe. So right. Exactly. Exactly, for this. So okay, let's say I have a title at 62 on desktop. When I change the screen size, I should pick one size that maintains the visual hierarchy but fits better the screen. You should, but for speed of development's sake, usually we don't. But you should. You should. I mean, that's one thing that I did. For example, the type scale that I use on Community. The thing is, the max size is 40 points for the titles, and on mobile the 40 points doesn't exist. We just use the 32, but everything else is the same. But yeah, that's a tiny difference. I need to pee again, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So, okay, one thing that I thought about is, and it's mostly a dev thing rather than a designer thing, but you can learn about it. So, going back to the type scale thingy, as you can, I clicked the wrong button. As you can see on type scale, you have a base size, and then what is called 100% is your default screen resolution. So basically, you can then define things that are a bit different. Let me see if I can formulate that properly so that it makes sense. Let's say you are designing on, like me, you are designing on a 1280 by 745. That's my regular thing. So that's my 100%. and then someone is designing on a 1440 by 900. That's the jump that we have to do. I don't know how much it is, but that's probably a 0.2%. So that's a 125%, meaning that my type scale, instead of being at 16, it will be at 125% based on 16. So my baseline will probably move to somehow 17 or 18 instead of 16, meaning that visually every font on that screen will be bigger. If you put like a 13-inch and a 21-inch screens monitor next to each other, the bigger one should have a bit of a bigger like font overall if you use these scales. And then let's say you are designing for, or you are displaying the content on a 1920 by 1080, right? Same thing, you have another scale upgrade. So compare this one to your 100% and you get a certain amount, which is probably 140 something. So you are 40% bigger than this, meaning that 40% of 16, I don't know how much that is, but it's a bit less than half. So it's like 6 more. So that means that your base is now a 21-ish rather than 16. So, right, I think you get the idea. So all of these I will take a look at that. All of these, you don't really need to think about it in terms of design, but you need to think about it in terms of the thing that you share to the devs, right? So making sure that the conversation you have with the devs include the fact that yes, there is the need for time scale and there is the need for scaling the entirety of the website based on the viewport. If you do that, and if the dev implement the thing properly, which usually they don't, but most of the newest generation is okay with the time scales, but the oldest generation don't, you can easily have something that looks pretty cool. So going back to that one, for example, that basically means this. Right, if you scale your content, the text scales as well. So this one is going to 81 when it was at 40 in the beginning. So we have like a 200% zoom because the screen is bigger, meaning that it will probably be a bit further away from your face. Like my 34 inch is a bit further away than my 24. A bit, not too much, but technically they are. That's true. Never really noticed that. I don't know if I've seen that. I don't think I did. Very different website indeed. There was another one and I wanted to share that maybe we can take a look at after. Kane, did that help again? Like, do you understand a bit better the type scale thingy or not? I like the color of my hair right now. And I go to the address next week. So, is that me? Is that the ads that are blocked? That I need to unblock these? It was the case. was the case. Advertising. Holy shit, that's weird. Okay. Oh, so that's a 3GS based thing. No, so EM is just a viable measurement, basically. And so what you can do is define your base. Flowerson, hi, welcome on in. Aha! What the fuck? What you mean? Not because I'm going to... Oh, yeah. Oh, so if you stay clicked, you can just navigate through. Ha! Can I navigate to? Can I take the bus? No, I can't. Ah! How are you, Flowerson? How was your week? How was your day? Oh, so I can go through things. Okay. That's a pretty cool website, I agree. I know I have to follow the arrows, but... I guess it's a 3GS website. I can't. I wouldn't know by looking at this what type of JS it is. But if Seke is still lurking, maybe he knows. But I don't think he's still lurking. However, my computer is telling me that I need to close that website because it's like the fans are just going crazy. But that's a cool website. I agree. And the one that I wanted to share earlier is this one, for reasons that you may find or understand. So this one is a Portuguese website called Ruska or Ruska. I don't know how it's pronounced. Does it remind you of something? Does that remind you of something? Anything? In terms of fonts and shapes. I mean fonts. Base. Yes. I mean, these are the things that Moosely is like pushing to us. So we should see the same thing. So does anyone have like a reference on that? Because there are a lot of things on that website that I'm thinking. It's not American. It is Portuguese. Specifically here. That thingy, which pissed me off because you can't really zoom in, but that thingy right here, it's very specific. But does that remind you of anything? Swap that? No. Anything. Anything. I don't know. This is, to me, This is very, thank you. I forgot that happened from time to time. To me, like the R, the A, the S are extremely similar. It's not the same font. It's not the same font. However, the thing that tells me they are similar, the badge that they used on Ruska here is very close to one of the oldest badge that we used to have on Kickstarter. That I don't think we do have anymore. Yeah, no, we don't have them anymore. But it might have been like the previous app version or something. But it's very close. Like the design language is very similar, and on that I was like, oh, that's a Kickstarter duplicate. Yeah, me neither. That's a weird ass presentation. Also, nothing is working on my computer right now. It's 2C. You type 2C and you press enter, Zabi, for that. I mean, this one is E1, but the usual one is 2C. 2C is the color of Figma, so that everything is, well, the same color. Other one, you just type E1, or 1E, sorry, and you get the dark one. I like 2C. 2C is fine. What do you mean you didn't know Kickstarter was a site? You thought it was just an app? Makes sense. By the way, do you have the app? I can't see. Oh, it was right there. It's in there. I do. I do. It's easier. It's easier when you are working on a tool like mine, which is a light base thing, to go on the dark mode, but also I'm used to this gray thingy in the background, so I don't know. I see you there. I see what you did there. I look so tiny when I zoom in because of that crop thingy. I should be here. That's better. But then I don't have like a thing right here. Nonetheless, yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, nah. Why is it in here? No, it's not. Well, so yeah, I like the overall. That's the that's very yellow for once. It doesn't look that yellow on my side, which is always amazing. The transitions are good, right? Very neat transition, interesting things, but that's all. Other than that, website is cool. And that is all. Some news about Twitch. Motion grapher? That doesn't. I've never been on that website. Never. Never. Also because I know that my dev will never do animation. I mean, not at that level. Even though I could wish for that, they would never. So, yeah. I prefer to go on Lapa for inspiration because it's more static. It's a more simple thing. Interesting. I mean, it became a word like Googling something. But interesting. And right now, that shit stopped scrolling for the. I agree. It's a great way of explaining the word kickstarting. To kickstart something, like kickstarting a fire. I don't think it was the case in the beginning, but why am I here? Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing. Most times I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, no, I like Lapa because you have more pages that are similar to the thing that I'm doing, so it makes more sense to me. Interesting. So Lapa.ninja, LAPA, is for landing page.ninja, and this website right here is a resource bank, I'd say. That's a nice pose again. My entire computer is just freezing right now. And so what it does, or what it's for, is giving you inspiration of the latest landing pages that came out that are noteworthy, I'd say. And so I'm trying to paste the fucking link in the chat, which is this link. You also have another website that does the same thing, which is Landbook, for landing page book, basically. So let me do that. They reference or like stock very similar thing. Like you can see that this landing page here is also, or we've seen it somewhere around here, like right, this one, same thing. So pretty cool. And then Landbook now has Landbook Pro, which gives you access to more things, but it's a paid option. But what you could find, and that's why I like these websites, is, let's say I'm looking for a personal website or a portfolio or something that is related to, I don't know, light colors, right? You can get some inspiration very fast, very easily. Like, for example, let's say I like this, I can then go to the website, or just stay on the screenshot and look at the screenshot rather than load the website, and then be here, and maybe on scroll you have some interaction, some animation, some things that are interesting, maybe not. maybe yes, I don't know. And so that's an easy, useful thing for inspiration and resource. Brain resource, I'd say. And I like Lapa because I can search for like landing page or portfolio or what is it? Software specific things. Like, let's say one of our products in my company is a project management-ish type of tool. So I just want to check out the newest potential competitors that we have and what does their best landing page looks like. So Monograph, for example, is one that I know that they change their landing page every Monday. Like, this one is Monograph, this one is Monograph. There is another one a bit down on that page that is also Monograph. And they don't exist anymore, so maybe that this one already changed. It already changed again. So it's another one. So these things, right, are very useful for me as a designer to know that a specific style of landing page for that specific industry is starting to get like a lot of traction. If you take a look here, right, let's scroll the first page together and see if we can spot like a pattern of design, specifically in the first section, right? What is here of those pages. There is a thing, right? So the thing that I'm noticing from all of them is the illustration styles that has been very much liked, like these ones, these ones, very similar. There is a bit of 3D here and there, but most of them have that illustration type thingy. So there is this pattern that is apparent to me on product management software landing page. If I go on, I don't know, health and fitness, for example, you can do the same exercise and take a peek at what is similar, what is not similar. We can see from what's not loading because my computer is just dying at the moment. Most of these websites have very big fonts and very interesting fonts. So this is a very specific font that they will use on their own. Same thing here, same thing here, same thing here, same thing here, right? So in health and fitness at the moment there is a lot of font play in the designer industry. So you can get that as a hint that the direction in which the next year will go for health and fitness landing page will have a lot of images and a lot of big fonts. And you can do that on all types of website. Sadly, and positively as well, in the same thing, because these are website for designers. The landing page that we find are meant to be seen by designers, so they are more designed than the regular landing page, if that makes sense, right? So regular real estate agency landing page may not look like this and may look dated, but this is, if you are a designer, this may be some of the inspiration that you can take. How to design a good thumbnail cover for website redesign? Do you mean like a dribble thing? Azulka, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was your week? It's Friday. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired at the moment, but we're fine. We are fine. Enjoying the new overlays. Yeah, fast week. A bit fast. That's true. Went pretty fast. Yes. Maxi Best of One is a very similar one. I always forget the fucking thing. Oh. Yeah, the thing that I wouldn't like with this one is that you can't really filter by. Like it, you could, but not exactly. It's not exactly. It is. You can even filter by tech. It's pretty cool. Forget what I said. Yes. Tubic is great. Tubic is great. Zabi, are you talking about this? The thumbnail here. Or are you talking about showcasing the thumbnail like on Dribble as a thumbnail for something? No, inside of Figma? Yeah. So if you are talking about inside of Figma, you just go in the community, you type thumbnail, and there is a ton and a half of people who have created neat looking thumbnails. The one that I use is from this this set right here, and I use specifically this one. And that's all. I just reuse that. I found the line interesting, and then I placed stuff here and there. So okay, you could have typed thumbnail in the community tab. It's not a lot. But yeah, in all of these ones, you will find, like, you just need to look at the community. You will find things that are good looking, things that are not good looking, things that you may like, things that I may like, things that you won't like, right? A lot of options. Just know that some of them are not good in terms of accessibility and all of that. So the example that I can give you, let me just unzoom the interface so that we are on the right thing. Right now, right, you can see that these ones are part of my series for my company, and the thing that we have is the title of the content, or the title of the file, rewritten inside of the thumbnail. We have different behavior in terms of color. So these ones are related to the product that is called Workflow, which is, we have a tag right here. These ones are a bit different. These two are very specific. The purple one are related to another software website that we have. And then if we go above, the red ones are based on something very different for the company. So the red one, the pink red one, are my files. No dev should have access to them. The green ones are the preview or validation ones based on the software. So we have greens, and we also have purple ones, and then some light colors, orange, are for another software as well. but these are like what I created. And so how I created these ones is inside of the community tab. Oh, interesting. I will take a look at that. There was like a nice gradient thingy that I duplicated. Where is it? But yeah, same thing, right? I went in there and looked for or found gradients that looked interesting and reused them in the thumbnail. And you can go with everything if you wanted. If you wanted to go with metal effect or holographic effect in your thumbnail, you could. There is nothing wrong with that. It's just you need to know where you go, and you need to make sure that your thumbnails are readable enough. So these ones are for my company, and these ones that are for OBS related content, I use the line, vertical lines, and then logo on the same placement every time. I changed the star colors to be related to the lines. I don't think that's really visible on stream, to be honest, but you may be able to see that the lines here are red and the line here are blue and the line here are green. And then the clean slate project, same base but different like image in front. So that may help. If you start with a template, it will just go faster. If you don't start with a template and you need to create things like we did here or here, it's a bit weird. It's a bit annoying, and I don't like to create thumbnails. There is a plugin called Skew That, which do exactly what it sounds like. It's Skew That. Interesting. But is that 3D? Or is that based on something else? So you have the ability to rig a flat 2D illustration mesh? Interesting. Could be very useful for a lot of things, to be honest. Interesting. I would love to watch that or see that. So, Zabi, if you go on Figma, and now, I guess, you can do Shift-I and then look for plugins, but there is a plugin called Skew That. And so Skew That gives you this tiny window, which gives you the ability to skew things. And so you can easily skew things and get the effect that I have achieved on the other side. Very simple. Oh. I mean, why did I click on this one? What is Brandbird Figma today? Is that same thing as Rive thingy? So it's just duplication of the same picture. So if I scale it out, I have more content in there, and I just moved it up and zoomed in a bit compared to the rest. So I wanted to make it higher or lower on the other side. Can easily do that. And then if you wanted to have the effect, you could add like a bit of a shadow. So you do that. Let's put that in red, that you can see. So you could easily have like a bit of a shadow thingy that you can then place on top of something if you wanted to, and then make sure that it's aligned with your light source, as I said yesterday, right? And then you can define your blur or your non-blur or whatever. If it's closer to the thing, you can just move it up like here, then you make it black. Now you have a shadow. It's floating above. And so one of the things that you could do in animation is like moving it about here and moving it down again, and then changing the shadow placement potentially. So let's say I do that. It could be this, for example. And then you can move that around here for a little bit more blur and a bit more Y and a bit more X. And so let's say do that. If I click smart animate, and then here if I click smart animate, let's see, maybe it's broken. It's probably broken because of Figma shadows. Right? Figma in shadows is just fucking annoying. So what I need to do is create that. Let's do an effect of layer blur. Right here. Get rid of that one. Put that here. Make that 40%. Not even 60%. And then that goes back here. Underneath. We move it back there, and the layer blur goes back down to 20%. I don't fucking know. Yeah, something like this. you could have this, and then instead of having a click, you could do that after a delay of 0 with a transition style of 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, and then here same thing after a delay of 0 with a transition style of 5 seconds. You get this loady thing. Doesn't mean it's right, but oh, I don't fucking know. I put that in basically random to make sure that it looks okay. I don't know if I can get the values, to be honest. Yeah, nah, I can't. I don't have the values of these. It looks like this. It looks like a 45-degree-ish. 40 degree, minus 40, and I'm thinking 8 degrees then. Knowing myself, I probably have gone with an 8-point grid. So minus 48, minus 40 and 8. Yeah, probably. And then that does this. It's okay. Simple things. Let's reset that one. One thing that I like about SkewDat, it's skewed entirely, or the entirety of the content, meaning that if you have components, if you have text, if you have whatever, you can skew your elements and then still go in and edit stuff. So that's a pretty useful thing. Like, let's say I get this this component right here, I can skew it, and so let's do a 40 and 8, right? Same values. So that's skew the thing, and then let's say on that specific one I have a text. As you can see, it's here directly, and I can have this, and it works, and it's skewed, and it's fine. There is no issues. So I really like that about SkewDat. It's really helpful, specifically if you want to do mockup placement. So let's say you have like a screen that you need to put inside of a mockup of a phone. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true. It's useful. It may have like a bit of a more granular modification. terms of preview, right? But I really think that's cute, it's great. And there is another one that I have for mockups, but I never know the name. It's Angle mockups. But what the fuck, man? What the? Can I do that? Yeah, nah. It have never worked on me, and I don't know exactly why. I've tried many times, but nothing works. Yeah. Going back to the thumbnail thingy, I know that there are some options. There are some plugins, if you wanted to, that like quick thumbnail and better thumbnails are the two that I know, but that you can use, and it will generate a thumbnail for you. So that's pretty easy, and maybe that's enough. Like, it's just generate a thing as a template. This is annoying. Have a good rest of your day. And thank you for stopping by. Thank you for sharing links. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. And have a great weekend too. Right? Things like this, for example. I don't know. I think I need to click on that fucking thing right here. Yeah. Can you fucking go away, please? I want to get rid of that fucking banner. Sorry, that's a lot of fuck in a little amount of time. Yeah, these plugins are pretty useful as well, Zabi, if you want to have a quick access to plugins. And then I think it's this one, yeah, which is basically what I did, but it works the same way. It works the same way. It works in a similar way. Do I have access to this? I do. We have those things that I think I talked about before, but I have these colors, or this specific palette of color that is named communication color. So these communication color are basically what is used to define specific state of specific things. Blue means there is action that is needed. Purple is pending. Yellow is in warning. Green is in success, and red is in error or delete. And so by having these, they use the same behavior here, meaning that they will auto generate a color for the thumbnail, and then depending on the status of your project, you can see if the thing is ready to be dev'd or not ready to be dev'd, or if it's just like a work in progress, or all of these things if the thing has been archived, non-archived. So this is really easy, and that's what I use. That's what I think Atlassian use as well. I think Adobe used the same-ish. Adobe, not sure, but I think Atlassian, yes. And so Asana, all of that, use very similar color scheme, so that's why I use these ones. But you can create your own if you wanted to have like blue for pending and purple for action. It could work as well. Just know that the like green, orange, red being the traffic light usage, it's usually success, warning, stop, or delete. So you can swap these two. Different things, different tests, all of that. But yeah, different thing, different subject. Kane, did we find a solution for you, or not yet, or not really, or kinda, or halfway, or maybe? I don't know. Oh shit! Good. I mean, I confirmed the thing that you already did, so yeah. Just checking if we can close the file. That's what I was about to do. And then click here. You can't see shit right now. Sorry. I'm seeing things. Yeah, nah. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. So yeah, so as a quick recap, because I want to do that. Today was the unveiling of this new stream overlay. So we have that new shape for the camera overall, with new tiny interaction with some weird ass icons. I don't exactly know how I can flow those. So that's our starting soon. Chatting with same transition, new daily follower counter. New scene for the working section, so either on one side or the other, right? Same basic behavior. A new BRB scene, and I think the presentation here, the kind of the best screen. The option to switch from dark mode to light mode, which personally I think the transition is great. The smooth transition for the background is better than what we used to have, so I really like that. And then one thing that we didn't really use but used a bit is the raid screen that Aiden raided us earlier, which is a bit different as well. And same thing here, if we are on light mode, we have a bit of an issue reading the hello raider, but that's a detail thing. But yeah, so I guess that would be it. We will raid someone, and the person that we will raid is currently doing some video edits. We'll see what they do. So Nerdy is live, and we'll go to Nerdy because it has been a bit, and I just want to distract him while he's editing videos. So yeah, let's do that. So as always, thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. If you appreciate the stream, please click the follow button. I highly appreciate this movie. If you really enjoy the stream and you enjoy learning things or getting help, feel free to join Discord by clicking on that button or that link right here. You can follow me on social media if you want to. If you're a sub, this is the right message for subs. If you are not a sub, this is the right message for non-sub. If you want to support the channel, you can sub to the channel. It's not necessary. We don't really need that. But you can also support the channel by buying some of the UI kits or NFTs that we talked about earlier. and then yeah, we are now on the ending screen thingy, which means, as the message imply right here, I'll be back tomorrow, which doesn't apply because the statement only applies on Mondays and Thursday, and we are currently on Friday. So I'll see you back on Monday at 4:30 p.m. UTC. And yeah, I don't know what we'll do. Probably go back to the Twitch UI. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Take care of yourself. I see you soon. Peace out. Bye.